Good morning, everyone. All right. Yeah, I'm all right. How are we all doing? Mm, let's see here. Trying to figure out if SJX is gonna fail this. Yes, looks like it might. It's like noon. It's like 11:20, but yeah. I'm ready for the 4% failure you mentioned. It looks a little bit better than that. They came in pretty strong on my call side this morning. They covered most of the put walls, but the interest is still open there, especially at like 44.25 and 20, 44.10 too. So the calls have a lot more reason to capitulate here than the puts do. Uh, yeah, it still looks like it's gonna lose the resistance. We'll see. I mean, they can always buy more calls, but I'd probably just wait on it. It seems like we're stalling a little bit. But there's still room for it to move slightly higher. Not a lot higher, but slightly higher. Like another $12 on ES at least. And that's supported by the options chain. J&J finally lost 165. KVU still pushing up, which is super cool. Let's see. Video's rocketing again. Apple. Ooh. Nice. Ooh. Baba went up. Maybe I can get an entry now. This still looks like a bag of shit. So does GME. GME's not very impressive. This is my point in getting rid of those. Cat. Am I gonna have to cut the short calls? Let's see what Dow is doing. Manufacturing PMI was flat this morning. If we go up another $12, will bulls not get more foothold? Well, no, not really. Gamma flip pulled down to like 44.42, so we would just reject off of like fast gamma. There's a put wall at 44.60. Hmm. Do, do, do. You feeling okay? I'm very itchy all over. Volume picking up, though they are pushing. Um, is it? I mean, a little bit. That can also just be sellers. Like, there's not a lot of price action, right? So, I would say that if the spike in volume on ES is probably equivalent selling to buying. So they found some sellers finally. 44.40. Do you think whether or not the bulls keep the pump on is dependent on Nvidia earnings? Yeah, to a degree. I think Nvidia earnings will have a pretty big impact, but I still think everyone's gonna like hang out around these levels for Jackson's Hole either way, right? So like even if Nvidia kind of shits the bed, I expect we'll probably stay near 4,000 into Jackson's Hole. If they beat, we might push up. Cowplay dead? I'm thinking about it. I may cut it and re-enter. It's floated back just above gamma neutral again. I mean, there's not like a ton of call interest here or anything, but it's getting dragged up by indexes. And if indexes are going to move higher tomorrow, I don't want to carry the risk. 274? Well, it's technically still below gamma neutral. I took antihistamines a bunch. No bed bugs. Sorry your allergist poisoned you. Well, I don't know if it's poisoning. I just told him not to. They beaten the last two earnings on potential sales. Who? Oh, Nvidia, yeah. Isn't Baba at risk? Would you consider an entry here or time to cut? I haven't entered it. I've been waiting for an entry. Because I thought it was gonna pop back above risk. So I'll see where today takes it. If it moves up above like 91.50, I'm not gonna get in. But if it doesn't, I'm gonna buy some 90p and 85p. Maybe like 90 and 88. Maybe I'll do 90 and 88. How are the tips looking on GME? Does it look like they will continue shorting until earnings? Maybe. They started to collapse more yesterday and a little bit today, but we're not getting any bounce, right? So they're still shorting. There's no covering, and the covering they're doing is minimal, and just being used to short more. I've not been here for 2 months. What are your GME feelings? It's not looking super hot. If it doesn't like blow off some upside today, it's probably done till earnings. So look for a rejection today around 44.40. I mean, no, I think my analysis from last night still stands. 44.30 looks like kind of the upside on this. The problem is if it breaks 44.30, then we get more upside momentum. Because that's like kind of the last put wall. So if we break 44.30, 44.50, if we fail 44.30, we're probably going to go back down to like 15 or 4,400. Fix 16. Delta neutrals at 13.99. Hmm. What's top doing? Uh, hmm. I think indexes are going to fail, so it's not worth holding on to. Still want to hold on to the Macy's and add to it. I'll keep the cat put unless it breaks GM, but I don't want to hold the covered calls. I'll sell them again later. Or the spreads. Let's see. Can you look at PayPal? Is it trying to form an inverse head and shoulders? PayPal? Give me a second. I mean, it reversed off of 57. I don't know about upside resistance is 63.36. If it fails lower than that, that's bearish. Hmm. Well, there's the rejection. Red candle. Yeah, no. Hmm. Are you jacked for the dividend on J&J? That'd be cool. KView gets added to the S&P the same day too, right? I mean, it's not a lot. The dividend's like $1.19. So that's, I mean, it's probably largely priced in already. You look like your histamine count has been reduced. No. But what I have done is smother myself in hydrocortisone, um, and taken like 3 oral antihistamines. So if I pass out while I'm doing this, just I don't know, try to wake me up. I feel like I need to cut these GME weeklies. Probably. Did the great job substitute teaching today. I still didn't understand anything. He brought out his guitar for us. There's only one thing that makes a centaur glow like that, though. Mm. So if indices reject, would it be that bad to keep the cat spread given that it's index exposed? I mean, you can. I wasn't gonna keep weeklies that I sold. So I cut those when I kept the put. If you sold them for 9.15, you don't have to worry about it so much. But on this account, I sold weeklies. More so J&J holders ditching after the payout. That's possible. I factored that in. What are you allergic to? The cat? No. So I got a patch test today for my allergist, and I told him not to put Urashol in it, which is like the oil that is on like poison ivy or in mangoes. And he fucking did. I'm super super allergic to it. So I didn't have to get like an EpiPen or anything, but it spread across like my entire back in like 5 minutes. Fortunately, it blocked out all the other things that I'm allergic to, which was the rest of the sheet. What's wrong with Discord audio? It's working fine. Malpractice suit? Jesus Christ, I'm not gonna spend 10 years in court for a rash. Wait, so you have to do the test again? Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely. Carl timing me out, reminding me how much he cares. It's true, yeah. You know, he does it out of love. No. Code black. One time I spent 10 years in court just because I couldn't find the exit. It's nothing. What are your thoughts on K-View? It looks like it wants to pop over 24. Did you read the DD? Was there a play on XRT, retail stocks, T5, T3? Maybe. The worst part about GME right now is there's some covering going on, but there's no pressure on the fucking options chain at all. Oh, that's annoying. There's not a lot of covering going on, right? But there's a little bit. There's no secret K-View DD. It's well, I mean, I didn't like write it on Reddit, but it's not a secret. Girk this morning, Dork went on a 12-minute rant about why, even though he blew up his port on Snap, it was still a wise investment. For NVIDIA earnings today, is it worth it to play the straddle expire 2 weeks later to avoid high IV? I guess the move must be greater than 10%, which the straddle would make some money anyway. Hmm. Hmm. Uh, it's so gross. I don't know. I don't want to touch NVIDIA earnings, really. Can you please dump 200 million in futures contracts? I would like some big. It already got rejected. I don't know what the fuck else you want from me, popcorn trader. Are you just really hankering to trade back at 4,400? Because that's the next stop if we fail delta neutral. Do not expose my shillery. Pickles picks this week are fire, and you obviously are immensely ruggedly handsome. Is there anything you can't do? Uh, Scratch the center of my back. No, Girk. Jimmy isn't running because the options pusher is shilling options on Superstock. Can't you tell that options are bad? Look at Jimmy's price. It was the options. No, stop. Don't look at OI. There's a direct link between the drop in Jimmy's price and the amount of OI on the chain. Every time someone mentions K-View, I buy another call, even when I ask to. I have an inordinate number of $25 calls on it. I got you, fam. Present that back and I'll scratch. I wish. Ugh. At least I didn't eat it. Eating mangoes is way worse. Same reaction, but inside. I'll give you $5 to time out Torque. All right, deal. Sorry, Dork. Money. Sup, Girk? Barry here. Are we on a one-way ticket to ride to DN right now? It's not a one-way ticket, but maybe a slow crawl back to. Nice Wessels. Thanks, Carl. Dork, I'm gonna use it for data. Don't feel bad. What happened with your allergist or doctor? It was technically the allergist's assistant's fault, but they loaded up something I'm extremely allergic to in the patch test and then stabbed me in the back with it. Still bearish on next week or waiting for J-Hole to see what happens. Thanks, Girk. I mean, Jackson's hole's gonna matter. I'm still trying to figure out what could be the bullish outcome there. I'm not sure there is one. I guess easing conditions in the short term by raising rates, but Dirk timed me out for his exposing his shillery. He's too exuberant with mod power. Rein him in. I got it. I got it under control. Don't you worry, Mr. Madman. They must be the insiders in the Discord. Who? Like how you stabbed my wife from the back or something different? Yeah, not. Oh boy, not the same as that, Carl. Market rallies on JPOW announcement of rate reduction in 2025. The dot plot that comes out of Jackson's hole will be really important. We'll see if I guess we'll see if the Fed leans into their recessionary econometric data, or they're like, no, that's totally fine and not going to happen. Are you still in top? No. Is the Babo play still valid? I haven't entered it yet. But yes. I was waiting for it to break back above risk, and so now I want to see if it gets rejected, and then I'll enter puts. What could have happened? Dixie and USD JPY today at 9:45. These volume spikes and strong drops in both. I mean, it looks like people are buying the shit out of bonds today, right? Did you look at yields? I mean, USD JPY, like Dixie's kind of the same deal there, right? Like Dixie is dollar weighted against 7 currencies. USD JPY is dollar against yen. So USD JPY is like a subset of Dixie. Coward? What happened? Carl? Are you crowded doored? Before I cut these GME calls at the end of day, we have not had any holidays or anything. No. No, we haven't. How do I buy a stock in this bathtub you guys keep asking about? Hmm. Is it too late to enter the J&J play? Uh, yeah. I mean, you could. There's more potential for downside, but the risk is far greater, and it's already hit my price target. So you could have been in like $10 ago, and that's a lot. It's already moved down like 6% now. So if you were to enter now, you're targeting the lower range, which is like 155, and it's a lot. It's not that you can't; it's just a lot riskier. Do you think the video will pull off another magic show? Or would a broken call wing be an idea if max loss was low? So you want to open a skip strike? I can't imagine max loss being very low on it. Like you're either gonna open it for a credit. Uh, no. And if you open it for a debit, your max loss is the debit paid, right? So I mean it's good if it goes up or down. I don't know which way you're gonna target, but your max loss should be like roughly double your credit. Do you think the Brits came out with bearish data and we spiked your Dixie by tanking the pound? Comcast increased the internet bill from 80 to 100 due to inflation. Crime. Bullish on Comcast. I miss when Jimmy moved more than SPX. Wild times. Yeah, they were, and now they're over. Is the SPX breakdown over? No. Oh, there's something I want to see here. No. Either a lower high here or retest 4430. It's like a small recovery on capitulation, but I don't think it looks super bullish. Hmm. Interesting. To re-enter debit spreads next week, I guess. Did Jimmy announce an earnings date yet? Officially? S6 Head and Shoulders back to 44.17-ish. Oh, they're not having a lot of success getting VIX below 16, although we don't see the demand for long vol today that we did yesterday. Probably because yields are contracting so hard. Dixie's still moving down. The financial conditions aren't easing in any meaningful way. Pounds down, euros up. Dixie's at resistance, 103.38. Might drop more. So if Dixie keeps dropping, that's kind of bullish. I took profits on the J&J play. Overall, I made 1,174, which is awesome. However, I feel like the MM kind of killed profitability by crushing IV on certain strikes. Lots of the strikes that you're complaining about having IV crushed on were just heavily sold. Do bond yields contracting mean people are buying bonds? Yes. Jimmy will not be doing earnings calls any longer. Thank you for being such a wonderful shareholder. That really would take away the inconvenience of having to come out every quarter and point out that they're not doing anything. What's up with BTU? I saw a news article about a lot of call interest at 24 for September 15. Big downs, mostly sold calls. I think just broad commodities taking hit because the fuck is that? Hold on. Oh, okay. That's not big though. Yeah, broad commodities have been taking kind of a big hit. They're recovering a little bit now. They'll probably bounce back, but all the negative economic news out of China has not been helping commodities prices. There's still an expectation for them to move forward with more quantitative easing, but their like debt to GDP is really bad. So adding to their debt's not great for them right now. I hope you're happy. Timing me out was interpreted as bullish for the market, but $5, dork. You would have timed me out in a heartbeat for $5. Why are $17 VIX puts for December? It wasn't even $5. YouTube's gonna take like 50% of it, but 250, you know. Why are $17 VIX puts for December 2023 at $1.80 and Jan 2024 $1.54? Is that real? That doesn't sound real. Huh. Well, because neither of those in the money put contracts have any delta. And the Gen one has even less delta. I don't think the expectation is for VIX to go much lower than it currently is. How are the Bulls losing so badly a few days ago, but so strong today? I, I mean, they're really not super strong today in a broad sense. The market is still very, very down. Right, like we're in a bear flag, but we're hundreds of basis points from our peak. And even the bounce today doesn't look extremely strong. Stable, but not very strong. $5 is an entire 15 BPS out of the money, 15 minutes of expiry. Exactly. Ugh. Is Cornub a quant or just a Discord mod? I don't know. How are Bulls? What did he say? It depends what he said. Why do I want to short everything at these prices? Also, should I? You could if you wanted to, I guess. God damn. Oh, it feels so good. Stop timing me out, Torque. Uh, did you factor in IV crush after earnings to that? Timed Cornum out again. I already put hydrocortisone cream on. If options are PCO, who's buying? Whose options are PCO? Pour local honey on your back. Thanks, man. Bigger failure. Okay, so cat didn't break gamma. Interesting. I can just sell in the money on this tomorrow. I'm gonna wait for NVIDIA earnings. Okay, so I'll do that. And then Amazon Apple. I need to close my Apple spreads. Right? What the fuck strike did I sell on this? Oh, yeah. Did anybody play the bull spreads on Apple? That was like fucking easy 100%. Is cat getting into AI? I hope NVIDIA doesn't talk about AI bulldozers. No. It's also still below gamma neutral. Assuming MM only, right? I don't know what has PCO AMC options right now on IBKR are PCO only? Why did they file for bankruptcy or something? And volume would have to come off the counterparty. Who the fuck is playing AMC options right now? I did, but I paper handed yesterday. Lame. AMC options getting run ruled? Apes. It's already trading split adjusted. I have leap puts because I figure they're dead by 2025. Okay. Embarrassing. Imagine having options on AMC. What's a spread? Oh, you need to Google that. You shouldn't be. You're being sarcastic, right? I hope. There are Trimble devices that integrate with cat dozers to automate blade heights following a CAD file. Can't replace that with AI though, unless they make a civil engineering AI for your locale. I can't wait for Chat GPT's next bridge. Oh. Well, they're profitable right now, but nobody's buying. Exercise them. Right? SPX, take me home to the place I belong. Delta neutral, market mama. Jesus Christ. Bridge engineer here, it's coming. That's truly frightening. I googled spread, but these pictures don't look like anything to do with the market. Wrong. Is SPX gonna sell off? There's a pretty good chance, yeah. Dixie finally found some support. What the fuck did the Brits do this morning? Also, why was the reaction to Dixie almost hitting 104 bullish? Opinion on doing a QQQ straddle for overnight tonight? Yes, it's technically playing earnings. Also, I do know Nvidia is weighted less. I'm just curious what you think. I mean, you could just play a QQQ straddle regardless of the earnings, right? I don't know what NQ vol is at, but I'd imagine it's also lower. VXN's at like 2146. It'd be a little better if it was below 21, but it's not terrible. If SPX sells off, does GME drill even lower? It could, yeah. Remember that. Alright, what else is left? Alright, so I'm out of Apple. Closed the cat spreads, left the puts. Out of Jamie, out of top. Need to add to Macy's. Close Microsoft calls. No, not yet. High or low? Yeah. Still looks like the bullish momentum's dying though. Check TMs. Oh, awesome. That's a lot of interest at 44.50 with no way of getting there. Jackson's Hole's Friday. I think he starts talking pretty early in the morning. I love how I love the Gme questions. How quickly people forget it's almost as overvalued as Nvidia, with less prospects of growth. Yeah, it's still. I'm probably still gonna buy more debit spreads on it later, but they still got too much liquidity right now, and they're not covering shit. So can you make a master live chart that overlays TLT, SPX, ES1, VIX, and AMC? Well, I wouldn't put AMC on it. Regarding NVIDIA, are there future orders already in place? Does this show up in their earnings today? As in, future quarters will be way lower, as all future orders are already accounted for. That's the thought, at least. Or they'll just have new future orders that they haven't accounted for previously. Do you think we could see Jimmy at 15 by September 15th? I have a 15cc I sold when we were at 20. I mean, 15's awfully low. I don't know if there's enough liquidity to get us down there, but maybe. It'd really take a hell of a push. If they dropped it, that low, I would definitely be buying in again. Jackson's Hole economic symposium. It's like a big Fed meeting. 4,400 SPX possible today? It's not impossible, although I do think if we fell, we'd probably find support a little higher than that. Probably a delta neutral. If we broke delta neutral, yeah, back to 4,400 would be pretty likely. King Lenixus predicted sub 15, so it won't happen. Oh, okay, that ruins it. Hey Gurk, I know the answer, but how is it possible that Nvidia has 11 billion in revenue when the highest they've ever had is 8 billion and their sole supplier TSMC is down 60% in production? Listen, man, I'm not their accountant, all right? Cuz they're making soft goods. You're not factoring in the soft goods. Are you currently completely out of GME? Did I miss you selling your shares? I didn't sell my fucking shares at $17. What's a soft good? No one knows. Even Elon's accountants can't hide how shitty fucking Tesla is. Is SPX getting a little interesting here? I don't know. I really hope it doesn't go up though, because I sold a bunch of 44.30, 44.35 bear call spreads. Ugh. They're not I don't think they're de-risking 44.25 puts yet. If they de-risk anything from this level, it'll probably be 4400s, not 44.25s. At this point, I'm just gonna sell on the next real pump, like 30 or something. That's fucking ambitious. Why would Greg sell his GME at 17 when he can hang on to it for another year and sell it at 10? I could just sell a covered call at $10 for next year. I mean, mostly I just don't want to pay the taxes. Do you sell 10-point wide or 5-point wide on SCX bear call? Depends. Zero DT is usually 5. If I'm selling further out than that, then I'll widen the spreads. Zero DTs are too risky to sell. Like, I think they're too risky to sell 10 points wide. How frequently do you sell GME CCs? Weekly, monthly? I usually have both at the same time. So generally, anytime I see an opportunity to sell cover calls, I'll sell like 100 or 150 of them. Sometimes 200. So I just have like some expiring and some that I've opened. I'm not opening any at fucking $17 though. I just sell CSPs down here. And they're probably not worth it yet. Yeah, a little bit. Skew's not terrible. $0.60 on 15. Yeah, the $15 CSP is like a 4% yield. CSPs, you want to risk owning more? I can close them, you know. I can close them, hedge them, turn them into spreads. The way things are going, any chance GME hits Gamma Max by next earnings? Doesn't look particularly good right now. Hmm. What's GM today? Excuse me. Put interest is falling off. Gamma Max is at like 24. That's like almost. It's like a 40% move to the upside. I don't know. I don't think that's gonna happen without more call interest building up. Seems like they're having no issues with liquidity in IJH, at least not for now, so. This is starting to look distributive. It has for like an hour, though. I would say it's starting to look bearish, but it hasn't pulled down yet. Out of the money call buying is still quite high. Hold on. Let me check something. Let's see. Yeah. Put and call buying's about even, but in the money puts are being bought from like 44.35 to 44.50, which is interesting. And then there's been some capitulation on the in the money call side. So interest has dropped at like 0.5, a bit at 15 and 20. So there's some profit taking going on. I'd imagine this won't last, but it could take a while to break down. Have you taken a look at Snap lately? No. I could. I assume that's the next question. Kind of still looks like they haven't figured out how to make money. It's quite cheap. Although I feel like if indexes go lower, it's going to also. It could be cheaper. Margins don't look great. They're pretty reliant on like financing still. I mean that just can't be good for them with interest rates where they're at right now. Duh. 0.54 debt to asset. 1.66 debt to equity ratio. Yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't have any interest in buying them outside of like their value as like a volatility short, right? We haven't seen GME get shorted like this in a while. Yeah, but I don't think it's just directly an effect of like GME getting shorted. It's also, an effect of a lot of like realized liquidity in Russell 1000 ETFs. Macy's, Dick's, AMC have all shit the bed hard over the last couple days. So that really loosens up their ability to continue shorting more, right? And then you also have the fact that people have been selling GameStop, like a lot of it. Through most of the first half of this year. Okay. Well, call it FUD if you want to, but they are. Understandably. Is QQQ straddle a wise way to play but avoid Nvidia earnings tonight? I mean, you're not really, you're only partially playing Nvidia earnings, and IV on like NQ is also priced up, right? So it could be. There's probably better ways to play Nvidia earnings. Although finding something that isn't priced up in relation to it's going to be really difficult. Well, that looks a little bit better. Is that 45? I think they're just selling the 450. But Gurk, DRS, whatever. Let me see something. Maybe SMH or socks? Maybe socks or socks L? Hmm. You could go. This might be a way to do it. You could go long socks us and short socks L. You think Macy's starts to look good by September? Or should I buy more theta? I might roll it out, but I'm gonna wait. If I'm gonna add theta to it, I probably won't do it till next week. That's super risky, by the way. I don't. I mean, chasing the Macy's play might not be a great idea. Ivy is showing about 161 on Nvidia. If it has a big move downward, would Ivy still go up on puts? Ivy will still drop generally, even if it still has a big move. Maybe you could go short. Maybe it's better to go short SOXL. Is that right? No. Yeah, that's right. Short SOXL, long SOX. Right? Right? Yeah. Did you consider CC sold regularly worth it, or is it better just to wait for pumps and sell closer to the money? I mean, I sell some out of the money on a pretty regular basis. It's fine. I mean, consistent yields are always a good thing, but generally speaking, it's way more advantageous to sell just a lot of CCs on any upside move than it is to one time, maybe a quarter, than it is to consistently sell CCs throughout the rest of the period. Thoughts on cash secured puts on GME? They're not bad. I mean, they're just not great. So puts are priced up a little bit right now. It's like a 4% yield on 15s for like 30 DTE, which isn't terrible. Is there a put wall at 44.30? Yes. If you had TLT 2025 leaves that you bought too early and are back to break even, would you get out and wait for it to drop again? Expecting yields to continue up? Probably not. I would just accept my entry and then try to average down if I had that much theta. How low can I be on a NVIDIA weekly drop? They can crush out quite a bit. I could drop more than 20%. It really depends what their earnings are, right? Like if their earnings are kind of lackluster and their guidance isn't better, um, right? But they at least meet expectations for the quarter. Yeah, Nvidia may just trade flat, in which case everything's gonna crush down to nothing. Like Nvidia's IV has moved up like 350% since like 3 weeks ago. Right now, weeklies are what? Like 165. They could drop like under 100. If SPX breaks above 44.30, where might it peak out at? 44.50? Maybe a little under that, but I would say 44.50. Jimmy's still got plenty of room to the downside here. I mean, it's kind of at resistance right now, but there's another lower resistance, which is down at like 15. So, I mean, I don't know where the fuck they're going to get the liquidity from to get it down there, but it could. The problem is GME under 20 generally, you generally see like net buying of the underlying, so it's hard to keep it under 20 for long, which makes hitting like 15 really difficult. Usually the only time we hit 15 is like when there's like a big push down, and we already got that, and it barely brought us, you know, it only brought us to 17. It's maybe the most boring 100 BPS day ever. It's pretty awful. Dixie's still not finding any support. That's pretty bullish. KV is having a hard time breaking above 24. VIX at 1610. What do you think? Break up? No. A lot of effort to get it above 44.30, but I'm still not seeing like enough out of the money interest. Gamma flips at 44.42, which I'd imagine is still the target for all of this, but in the money put buying is still going on, and it's roughly equivalent to in the money or out of the money call buying, except with higher delta. So bears are still fighting back against it. Yeah, that still doesn't look very impressive. ES is Oh, still declining volume. They're afraid of my 4600s. I can feel it. Still in J&J. I picked up some some new 65s and 60s yesterday. Considering a Baba entry, I'm still waiting on that, but yeah, same. Well, the put wall's gonna crumble, isn't it? I mean, even if it does, there's not that much range, right? How'd they get VIX down so much today? Tighten spreads a bunch. A lot of bond buying today. I think like the. I mean, like the 5 years down 272 BPS, 10 years down 260. No one's touching the 3 month, but Dixie's down 21 BPS and even more from earlier today. Yeah, Dixie's down 60 BPS from its peak this morning, so that helps a lot. USD JPY is back under 144 or 145. That's down about 85 BPS today. Gold's starting to move quite a lot. Hmm. I wouldn't even say that ES is all that bullish, but NQ's pumping really hard. With UPS drivers averaging 170K in annual comp, does shorting UPS make sense? Sure, but what about the productivity increase, right? DDOI looks like MMs want this to close around 4405 or 4420 maybe. Thoughts? Not without a failure. Also, I'm not really sure what that projects. It's just like an attempt at figuring out max pain. Next up, 4350. No. Still Hopex? Even if it ran at this point, I don't think I'd care. But no, it doesn't look very good. Hmm. Interesting. So 4450 call buying. I think if they're able to hold this, then they try for it. Hmm. These candles are so tiny. They're pushing really hard. Actually, it's just there's a lot of resistance here. Still not a very impressive amount of call OI just out of the money though. It seems obvious they don't want it to fail. Next up, 44.25. Not yet. We need to fall back below 44.30. The upside of 44.30 is bullish. Right, that at least last night that was like the last put wall that was really in place, right? So if puts start to capitulate, then they get their run. So 44.50. So far the puts haven't capitulated, which is dragging on upside price action, but they're starting to get far enough out of the money that that drag is going to weaken. Any hope for my 2D puts? Sure. When are they for? The Mag 7 have all flattened out other than Amazon. Once they get going again, we rip? Or is it a sign this is going to fail? It could be a sign that this is going to fail. There's, I mean, there's really no telling what way this is going to break right now. So, if I can straddle it if you want. It's completely dependent on how many out of the money calls get purchased here and how much they're able to stabilize price above 44.30. I've been impressed how well commodities have held up with market downs. Early September looked good for more pumps. For commodities, possibly. I mean, I don't know. China's economy may get even worse. Although that seems impossible at this point. It could. Do bears just not care? Like, why let your puts constantly get fucked over? Why would they care? We're like $100 below gamma neutral. Most of like the bigger put interest on the options chain is pretty far dated. So I mean, they definitely don't give a shit about like a small move to the upside. I mean, yesterday and today, they seem to just be selling lots of short calls. What's your Nvidia prediction? I don't really have one. Not playing it. Yeah, but I'm still not gonna make predictions on it because then people are gonna gamble on it. I hope they get delisted. They're not gonna get delisted. It's ridiculous. What are your thoughts on the Jackson Hole meeting? Um, I think there's like a few potential outcomes of it. Hotter inflation leads to the Fed going higher for longer. 0.25 and done is a possibility. I think this might be the highest possibility. But this isn't until September, right? Like the rate decision. Like they're gonna give a bunch of guidance on the rate decision, but the rate decision meeting is in September. So I mean, focusing on just the rate decision is probably not a good idea for Jackson's Hole. What really needs to be focused on is their like econometric projections. Um, and for the last like 6 months, like the Fed staff reports have indicated a recession end of 2023, beginning of 2024, right? And so, and the Fed presidents have like pushed against this narrative. So if the Fed leans into, there's going to be a recession, we're starting to see the effects of quantitative tightening take hold in the broader economy and in credit markets, that's going to be pretty bearish, right? Because that means that their 12-month projection is going to be uh that we're going to see a recession, right? Um and I think they're already worried about overheating. Um some of the statements from the Fed presidents yesterday that spoke before the meeting seem to indicate that there's a serious cause for concern in overheating, right? So, right now we're having a really healthy contraction in manufacturing and producer side. Um, but because the labor market's so strong and prices are so high, we're still seeing and credit's still very very liquid. We're seeing a consumer going out and spending a lot of money still, maybe even more money since the asset bubble reinflated. And so if that starts to push like if it starts to chew through inventories and starts to push demand onto the producer side again, you know, producers are going to want to expand to meet demand, right? And then that's going to drive up inflation and put stress on supply chains all over again, and it just like kind of loops us right back into like end of 2022 or 2021, early 2022, and we start to get like a really inflationary cycle occurring, while inflation is already high and the federal funds rate is already at like 5%. So I don't really know how they're going to tackle that and stick to the narrative that they currently have with these like tiny rate increases, because at this point the rate increases aren't really doing anything, because the inflationary cycle that we're experiencing isn't caused by over lending conditions, right? So you're tightening lending conditions by raising rates, but our inflation is like primarily in like core goods, and it's only really been driven down by reduction in energy prices. Meanwhile, energy has been inflationary over the last month. It started to cool a little bit, but it's still kind of right on the cusp. We're moving into winter where, LNG prices could start to move and speculation on nat gas is going to go up. Um, we have, India pulling back on grain exports, Ukraine pulling back on grain exports, rains in China cut grain production. So, we already have a lot of pressure on food prices. Um, I mean, his best options are like Volcker to create fear and just kill housing speculation. Um, Pause and hold and increase QT or cut. He doesn't want to cut because it'll create like wealth destruction. But cutting would be an option. Cutting and holding. I don't think any of them are bullish. Like I don't think there's any bullish outcome. I think the most bullish outcome is they stick with the same shit they've been doing. They go 0.25. They ease the tightening on credit spreads a little and ease the currency spreads. But then we're right back to the same situation in like 3 weeks, right? Dixie will just move up again. Yields will blow out more, and then we're right back where we're at now, 3 weeks later, with inflation not addressed at all. So I don't think 0.25 is a good move, but it's probably the one they're most likely to do. It's voting season. Don't forget that. Okay. I can't possibly describe how little impact elections have on markets, despite people wanting to assign value to them. Best option is boots on the ground in Ukraine. Not gonna happen. I think Nvidia ends a lot of the remaining market speculation, and then Japan brings the market down. I mean, Japan's Ministry of Finance already came out and said they're not intervening on the yen until it hits 150 to the dollar. So, quite a lot of room there for yen to go up still. Now, don't get me wrong, you know, inflation in Japan's still a problem, and if that keeps marching up, that'll be an issue for their central bank. If Jimmy doesn't pop for OPEX, do you think we could see? I don't think it's gonna pop for OPEX. I think that's off the table already. SX breakdown or retest 44.35. I mean, they're fighting back against all the breakdowns, right? So they're trying to push. Call interest is building out of the money. SX breakdown or retests. GB doesn't pop. Fed MO is kick the can. I mean, I think their MO all along has been try to just keep increasing rates until something breaks, right? And then whatever the thing is that breaks, it's not their fault. The problem with trying to like ride the fence like that is you don't really accomplish anything as far as the goals of price stability and reduction in inflation. I would love to believe that. I would also love to believe our reps can invest in the same system they rule. Whatever. I really don't care about the conspiracy. There's no statistical correlation between, political elections and market events. Oh, what do you think about SPX 2 DTE Friday 4,400 puts? SPX 2 DTE Friday 4,400 puts. I mean, you're just gambling, right? Gurk, I'm an asshole. I was sending you the wrong expiration. Oh, awesome. Yeah, that makes more sense. It still looks like bears are selling the 450. I just thought your calculations were wrong because the other data didn't look the same. But that's much more in line with the rest of the stuff I'm looking at. Yeah, it still looks like bears are selling 450 for the 20 Friday's expiration. Maybe. I don't think it's just one trade, right? Like I wouldn't say it's just like one leg of a single trade. It's there's obviously like multiple interested parties at 44.50, but for today, not still not a lot. Like call volume above 44.40 isn't really changing much. I was saying it's the best option for the market, giant correction, then build up stronger, more stable. I don't think boots on the ground is the best option for the market. Why? People blame the president being in office for a month for the stock market, so yeah, I'd say it does. I don't think people who blame the president for current economic conditions after a month of being in the office have any fucking investments anyway. You're talking about like just like the unwashed masses. Like they don't influence markets. Banks and hedge funds do. I feel like you've asked me about BTI before. I don't really like it, so I wouldn't. I mean, I wouldn't sell CSPs on it. You can if you want to. That just expands our debt issue, though. That's not really a good solution right now. Does Bob have more room to run, or is this a good entry? It could run more. There's another resistance to the upside. If it fails back below 90.11, that can be a good entry. But risk is still right there, so it's a very tight entry. Joke was a joke. Do you think Jackson's whole data will move TLT the next couple of days? I just entered a short dated straddle. I mean, it could, yeah. Raytheon's a British company. Okay, never mind. BlackRock, Vanguard, and GSIBs control pretty much everything. Yeah. I still think the CCP is too economically tied and dependent on the US economy to do anything against US interests, but it's not inaccurate. Oh god. Are you gonna go off on your on the on the on the war to solve minor economic problems tangent again? Because my back's too itchy. The point of war would be to create economic growth, and you'd want a correction before that happened. That wouldn't really be on the table unless we hit a recession or a depression. So we're not. I mean, we're stirring up plenty of shit right now to keep money flowing into LMT, if that's what you're concerned with. And we're getting to offload like our old fucking military inventory on the Ukraine for bonds, right? So that works. We don't need to get directly involved in any conflict. Even if like shit started to fire off between China and Taiwan, we'd just provide Taiwan with a bunch of military equipment too, right? We make way more money as an arms dealer, and there's less turmoil. I agree 1,000%, but we've staved off the recession long enough for it not to happen. That's not true. Thanks for inserting political realities in here. Large market players aren't moved much by vote getting cultural rhetoric, but by actualities. Yeah, there's very little correlation between like political elections and market dynamics. I mean, there's seasonality effects that overlap that people misinterpret as like high correlation, but multiple studies have shown that to not be true. And that those seasonality effects carry over whether it's an election year or not. Charms favoring upside above 44.30. Um, Actually, no, I don't think so. We're not near enough the end of the day yet for Charm to really matter much, and I don't think there's a ton of short dated interest, but um, at least not yet. But I mean, it would be working against the long side here, especially if we slip below 44.30 again. Pumpers make the market so awful. Really? I mean, dude, all of today's price action is well within my expectations from last night, so I'm pretty happy. Um, but yeah, it's annoying. There's mostly because it creates like resistance where there shouldn't be any, and you get failures that never materialize, right? But aside from its effect on intraday like dynamics, it's really not. I mean, usually the pumps are super predictable. If anything, they're highly telegraphed, even days in advance. Time for calls before 2 p.m. pump, or do they need calls cheaper? They're already buying calls now. I don't know if they really need them cheaper. We'd probably see more volume on them once they get cheaper. But they're fighting. They're fighting pretty hard to at least get to like the fast gamma, which is around like fast gamma's pulling down 44.70, 44.37.50 now. So they're buying a lot of at the money calls and just out of the money calls. Here, I'll move this to. Is the downside looking pretty dead for today then? Not if this gets rejected, but you probably don't need to play like. You probably don't need to play it. It's they'll probably just fight back at 44.25 to lock in their profitability. So even if this does reject, it would have to reject pretty hard for us to move back to like 44.10 today. I mean, this is their shot to de-risk like 44.25 and 44.50 if that's what they're going for. It's their shot to pump higher. If not, right? The dispersion's like flowing back towards equities and into the Mag 7, and so we've got volatility picking up in tech, which is pulling volatility back from indexes, right? And so as the correlation stays flat, they get this opportunity to pump prices back up. Now the question here is, do they de-risk their Vega exposure like they were doing yesterday, or do they compound it? But being at this level gives them the option. So a little 44. So a little bit of 44.45 and 44.50. Ivana falls off to the upside. So 44.40 test. Yeah, that puts us right about where we're at. So I guess we see if this rejects, so they start buying more. They need to buy a lot more out of the money, though, if they want to keep driving this higher. Otherwise, we're kind of at the top. Should I buy a put? I still haven't entered anything for SPX today besides the straddle from yesterday. I kind of just don't want to fuck around with NVIDIA earnings. Are you gonna be around for Nvidia earnings? I'm not. I mean, I'm not gonna stream it, but I'll watch it. I don't want to listen to them say AI 5 million times. I'll just read the fucking financial reports. Time to cut my Jan P since we need to double top first. You could. Are you still up on them or no? I'm gonna reposition them. Here's the problem. If Nvidia misses tonight, this is going right back to like 4380. Hey, Prigozhin died in a plane crash between Moscow and St. Petersburg, apparently. Wait, somebody challenged Putin publicly and they died in a freak accident months later? No. I'm not mad at you. Down 10%. It's my hedge, though. You bought Jan puts as a hedge at the bottom? Alright, well, you've got plenty of theta. Why not just sell something against it? Like, sell like a short dated credit spread against it or something. Nothing to see here, just classic engine failure. We barely touch correction territory for NASDAQ. I mean, a correction would still drag us down much, much further. We had a small correction there. I mean, 5%'s significant. I'm not mad at anybody. In your opinion, does NVIDIA miss? I'm in the boat they do. At least logically, they shouldn't be at or above expectations. I think they can meet expectations just based on, sales figures, or whether those sales are gonna come to fruition in the future or not. I don't think matters given the way they've been reporting earnings. Um, I think they can meet expectations. I don't know about their guidance though. I have a hard time believing that they're gonna raise guidance further into next quarter. I mean, but they could, right? S&P forward P didn't do shit during the correction thanks to earnings season being shitty. Yeah. Huh. Are you mad at the person that gave you the allergy injections? Yes. They've been busy all day. I just saw markets. Just bull pumpers, or is all fixed in the wacky world of economic mayhem? Thoughts on top? Win 40? Top doesn't look very hot. Um, 40 never. I mean, a lot of this is just short dated pumping so far. It's not going to establish any kind of traction unless Nvidia earnings are good, and even then, we'll probably lock up in like the 44.50 to 44.80 range through Jackson Hole. You're not going to get anything out of a lawsuit for a temporary rash and allergic reaction. Like, BLS confirms U.S. payrolls at least 306,000 lower than previously reported. Ooh, interesting. Are you saying that the unemployment rate is greater than being currently reported? And that they're going to adjust it? That's fun. I love it when our government can't count. It's my favorite. What's the best resource for learning to appropriately hedge an options position? I own options as a strategic investment, but what I've read of it doesn't give advice on risk, just how it works. That is the advice on risk. If you understand how the options you have are priced, you understand how to hedge them. Last thing I'm here to say, Ford announced a $300,000 Mustang. Yeah, everyone's got too much money. Unpopular opinion, Nvidia miss, stock up 5%, all options worthless. I feel like market makers just kill it if Nvidia just opens tomorrow like 2% up or down. It's almost like US payrolls are always adjusted up during good economic times and adjusted down during shit economic times or something like that. That's crazy, Derek. There's still not enough interest at 44.50 yet. It's picking up, but it's still pretty low. Hmm. I don't care, OG. I'm not playing the video earnings. Brilliance of making China dependent on the US economy and taking trillions of dollars from China is that we've made them our bitch. I don't know about that. We're still entirely reliant on their production capacity. They need us, and they can't do anything against US interests without risking US sanctions and crippling themselves. If we sanction them, though, our inflation's going to skyrocket because we don't even have the capacity to produce half of the items in the US that we would need. Right? So it, it's a mutually beneficial relationship. We don't have the workers, we don't have the factories. We definitely don't have the experienced labor force, and we don't have the factories. So there's no cutting off China anytime soon. Not without destroying our own economy for the next 5 years. Or a willing labor force. Yeah, that too. I believe it or not, we can afford to pay people a lot more money. You can always incentivize workers. Ooh, VIX under 16. Hmm. Fubo's getting a little bit of things. Fucking all-out tech pump. All right, let's go 44.50. Still a put wall at 44.60. 55 doesn't have a lot of interest yet. 50's picking up still. Do you think VIX calls are worth it? No. Better just to get contracts with big Vega multipliers on like SPX or SPY. Do you think NVIDIA earnings will have an effect on Upstart's price? Yeah. My friends told me Robinhood says they won't provide AMC or GME options anymore. Okay. Got an update on KView. I think it's still testing like 24, right? Yeah, it still just keeps failing tests at 24. It hasn't broken out yet, but it's pressuring it. Yeah, there's a little, they're buying a lot more at 44.50. 44.50 is interesting. I wonder if they'll be able to squeeze out the sold calls for like tomorrow and the next day. Because like 44.50 through 4500's like, pretty heavily sold on the call side. And then there's like a big fat put wall at 44.60. I have 25, 27.50, and 30 on KView. You think that if China goes into Taiwan and NVIDIA drops like a rock, Larry Fink isn't calling someone and telling them to fix things now? Or we find someone who will do something? No. No, I don't think so. I think if China were to attack Taiwan, it would be solely in an effort to cripple the US economy. But no, we can't cut them off. We are entirely dependent on their production capacity in almost every manufacturing sector. Like I said, if they invade Taiwan, we'll supply Taiwan with arms, but we're not going to interfere outside of that. we'll probably try to evacuate all of their all of their fab workers. And we're trying to reshore semiconductors very quickly, but it's not a quick process. On the plus side, Nvidia could probably offload some chips in that scenario. If I mean, TSMC is not even making chips for Nvidia to sell, so frankly, I don't even know if an invasion of Taiwan would drop the share price of Nvidia. It doesn't seem like investors are really considering any of the supply aspect. What does Intel lack that Nvidia has? 2 and 3 nanometer processes and the GPU structure, also the software side of it. I mean, if even if Intel went fully into the GPU space, and they're trying to, but it's their early attempts are still really shitty. They're probably 3 or 4 years behind catching up to where Nvidia is now. Even AMD is like year and a half behind them, and Nvidia's been or AMD's been far more focused on that space than Intel has. Investors think that Nvidia makes the chips and the AI, and they own Walmart. And don't forget Chat GPT. We can afford those losses. Can our public afford those losses? See, here's the problem with that solution, right? Is that it's going to immediately and directly impact the vast majority of the American voting public and align them. Right now, they're very divided, and politics is, split across the board, right? But you've got 9 meals to anarchy, right? At about missed meal number 4, people start to push back. You missaid shit across the board. This 4455C trading for 0.5, 25 trading for 0.12 make you go, when we're at 4440 spot. No, puts her up. Also, VIX is turning up. The market maker's expectation is definitely that this is going to move down, at least based on what they're pricing, right? If China if China invaded Taiwan, the U.S. would bomb the chip fabs. Yes, probably. I mean, that's why we have like ships right off the coast, right? I wouldn't even be surprised if we didn't need to go that far and that they were already. Doesn't Taiwan already have them like set up to like self destruct in the event of an invasion? Yeah, I was gonna say they're probably already wired. That's their ultimate defense. I mean, that's all China or Taiwan is. That's the only way Taiwan's able to stall an invasion by China is by threatening the fabs, right? Delta Force has already planted the C4. I really wouldn't be surprised if there's something for that. because I mean, they're 100 miles off the coast of China, right? I mean, they've got to have something in place, something timely. I'm not white clawing. It's just an energy drink. Hmm. I missed the rejection candles from yesterday. They may still reappear. Hmm. Float here all day and reject with Jensen's Big Wang. Someone needs some Japanese margin. 3 month, 1 year, down 12%. With the Japanese 3 month and 1 year? Was SPX above fast gamma? Yeah. Well, a little bit. Just barely. Okay. That's evening out. More sold calls at 44.50. Hmm. Are they selling with 44.30 and 25 again? It looks like they are on the intraday. Is VIX 1 day getting crushed right now? Hmm. Opened it. If we rejected these levels, how quick could the drop be? It could be pretty rapid, depending on how many puts are still in place at 44, 30, and 25. If those put walls haven't capitulated, then yeah, it could drop really fast on a fail, like on a failure of like fast gamma at 44.37. I still haven't entered anything, but I'm thinking about maybe. I wanted to wait till 44.50 to buy a put, but now I'm seeing like a little bit of contraction at 44.50, and the bears are selling it, so it's tough. I don't want to miss out on a rejection, but I don't want to buy a put before it moves up the rest of the way. Did we already have a talk about the Wagner boss getting offed? I mean, it's not a surprise. NVIDIA sold calls getting squeezed out every $5 move up, or did people pull those back ahead of earnings? There's still a lot of sold calls on the chain at like 70, 75, and 80. Not as many as on the first run up. Um, but more were sold yesterday on the dump, so they've moved back in to some degree. I'm just tagging at this point. I'll stop. I'm going down the rabbit hole. It's all good, man. If we rejected these levels, how quick could the drop be? Or is it a trickle off kind of day? Oh, okay, I already answered that. 165 has become a resistance to the upside. On what? 165? Dude, bears are selling the 44.50? Yeah, for tomorrow and Friday. There's also sold calls here at 44.40 that are now out of the money. Well, in the money. Wagner not boss being offed is not confirmed. Okay, I don't give a shit either way. Oh, on J and J. Well, it's not resistance quite yet. Tested it, but it's not been rejected. Not significantly. I don't think that little drop really matters. It can test again. It didn't even quite test it, right? I guess it tested the So 6502? No, 6497. So yeah, this can just find a lower or a higher low and retest. If it falls back below 63, maybe, but I used all my day trades and I'm up $50. Am I doing it right? It sounds like you've done an amazing job today, baby whale nuke. Although calls at open were pretty easy. Hmm. Yeah, I still don't want to buy a put yet. I feel like I should. We finally hit resistance on futures. Hmm. If you looked at the OI at $30 on September 15 on KView, nuts. Yeah, I know. Can you give VIX a little blue pill? Well, if we slip here, VIX will go back to 1650. Like under 44.25. VIX will go back to 1650. Under 4,000 will go back to 17. 4370, 4380, 4375. It'll go back to like closer to 18. If we slip, do bulls recover? I don't think so, because there's been profit taking on in the money call positions. So a slip below 44.30 is probably there's probably no recovery for that. They're still buying the 44.50 though. I've overtraded, but I shouldn't lose money unless we close below 44.30 to 44.35. Oh, you mean the most likely range for us to close? You better hope that the bulls keep buying calls on a test of 44.50 then. Because if they capitulate on the 44.50s, that's probably where we're gonna close. Or at least if we test 44.50, try to like move your unprofitable spread down. No, not downs yet, but puts are accumulating a little bit. Did Dixie finally find a fucking support? It still looks like shit. The drop in Dixie today is fucking nuts. Hey guys, financial conditions have totally changed overnight. It's down 61 BPS from its high today. Hey Han, what's up? It's time for a put yet? I still don't want to buy one yet. I haven't even sold the call side of my straddle. I guess I should thank my allergist for that. I definitely would have sold the call side of the straddle earlier. I'm doing it right, Han. Good to see you. How can Dixie get dropped so fast slash hard? Hmm. Have you looked at yields? Yields are plummeting right now. The 5 years down 300 BPS today. Is now a good time to accumulate some longer term puts, or wait to see what happens at the end of the week? Mm. So I mean, VIX is down. It's not the worst time. It's a good question. You're betting on a lot of unknowns, right? And if Nvidia beats on earnings and the Fed isn't overly like hawkish or dovish, and they just maintain, which is probably the best expectation, we could move back to like 45, 50 before any like significant economic data impacts anything again. So it's not a bad entry, but I wouldn't like over leverage on it or anything. Jesus fuck. They're going ham on the 450. But it's getting look at it's getting sold too though. Sorry for wasting time. I just checked your daily. GM and Nvidia on 323 was 323 on 524. But after earnings, Nvidia ripped to 380. Yeah, Gamma Max doesn't matter in the after hours trading session. Do you think Nvidia could rip 20% past Gamma Max if they beat earnings again? I mean, Gamma Max is currently already like 20% out of the money. So just like two Gamma Max if they beat again. I don't think it's just beat, right? Like they have to beat and they have to raise guidance further. But I mean, yeah, potentially it could run up 20% from its current price. It could drop 20%, or it could stay flat and everyone gets fucked. So, like countless billions of dollars will be lost if Nvidia opens tomorrow at the same price it closes today. Billions lost, but the MMs will make a shitload of money. At what point do you consider buying more GME? Mm, I don't know. I have CSPs at 15 right now that I just sold. Although I probably would close those rather than let them get exercised. I probably wouldn't buy GameStop unless it hit under 10, like shares. All this talk of Nvidia beating expectations, how would they manage that? Did they buy Apple and I'm the only one unaware? They create pending sales with countries and people they're not supposed to. Violating trade sanctions with China in the hopes that those sales don't get blocked. Saudis buying chips from them in case those sales do get blocked. That way the Saudis can sell them to China. I don't think they'll beat. Personally, I've been long short since they hit 250. I'm definitely going to hedge though. Yeah, I mean, I have to take a small upside position to hedge like my jam puts. But outside of that, like I'm basically delta neutral on that, so I'm just gonna. That's all I'm dealing with their earnings. I'm not speculating on it at all. So, and if you're like long short on Nvidia, yeah, you should absolutely get some kind of hedge. But I wouldn't try to just play the earnings. You'll probably lose money. A straddle has to move, I think, like 15% to become profitable. I mean, it's and anything under that, you're fucked. You're gonna lose every penny you put into it. Can it break out of its channel? I don't know. Dow's. I mean, Dow's still lagging. And Caterpillar is still below gamma neutral. So as long as Cat stays under gamma neutral, I'll stay in the puts, and then I'll just resell the bear spreads uh, on the way down. But I got September puts on it, so I got plenty of time. Thanks for the response. I've been lurking for a year now. I never have time to watch the stream during the day, so I watch later at night while working at 2x speed. I appreciate it, man. No problem. Is 4450 a meme? Mm, no, but I don't know if we're gonna get the test, right? Like bears are selling the fuck out of it. Longs are buying it. It's definitely like where the top currently exists, but maybe nothing changes until options get a bit cheaper over the next hour. But puts are also going to get cheaper. So wind down, please. I opened like 10 bear spreads earlier at 30-35 for 320 each. So I hope those don't end the day in the money. That would suck. But as far as a breakdown goes, if we get any volatile price action, it'll probably happen in like the next 10 minutes or so. 10-15 minutes. I give myself 15 minutes. Sometime between now and 220. If we're gonna break back below fast gamma. I work at 0.5x speed when streaming you at 2x speed. You're the reason why productivity is down. That's a big assumption. Any advice on avoiding IV crush when buying a Nvidia hedge? You can use call spreads. So like a bull debit spreads should avoid most of the IV crush. It could even be beneficial if the long call were to go in the money and the sold call stays out of the money when IV crushes. Been having to actually work the past couple of days. Twerk? Any insight as to why my portfolio is more big sads than it normally is? GME's at $17. I assume that's still the only stock you own? Jimmy's setting higher lows off the drop to 1689. It seems like, would I be a fool to buy? I mean, historically, it's still pretty cheap, but there's no resistance here, and it can fall lower. So keep that in mind. Especially if markets start to sell off and pressure is relieved. There still seems to be plenty of liquidity in IJH. And XRT, actually. Although XRT doesn't have that many shares anymore. I'm super bad at this. I'm even losing money in my money market account. Could use me a nice 12 BPS red boy. Well, if we do sell off, does the day range indicate a finish somewhere in the 44.25 to 44.30 range? I think current positioning indicates that, but depending on the speed of the breakdown, calls might take profits. If they do, we could end up falling back below delta neutral. That would put end of day VIX back at like 1680, 17, or in there, and probably drag us closer to 4,000 again. Let's say they want VIX as low as feasibly possible before NVIDIA earnings. Well, it's also like the effect of that dispersion trade, right? So IV's all pumping into the Mag 7, and it's getting kind of pulled out of indexes. At this point, I can't even tell RC and AA's dicks apart from each other. Both burn and sting the same. 100, 350p, 825, NVIDIA puts. Pull the plug. Dear God. I have 350p's, but they're for January. I I mean, I hope you get it. It'll be a short fucking bubble if you do. Since chat is slow today, I want to say hi. What's up, man? I've never gotten a response from you on here. Well, you just did. Hello, fat wrist. Have you messaged me on here before? I got over bearish again and made bad financial decisions. I need the video to fail. Oh, fucking Christ. See, Dork, I told you there's no solution. It's fine. Wins heavily offset the losses this week. It's been a good week so far. 4.0 Lego. Thanks for asking. Oh, congratulations. Nice. You ever get those puts? I have some 4440s. I'm not buying anything on here. I can't close it today. Hmm. 7 more minutes? Yes. This is the bears. And that's bearish as fuck. Okay. Well, I hope that breaks down. Good entry for cat puts here. Yeah, it's not a bad one. Um, risky. You're like right at gamma neutral, so remember where you're. Make sure you figure out where you're gonna set your risk. But yeah, it's not bad. Thanks, Ham. Win orange candle? That's not a thing. About 191 400p on Nvidia. I'm doing my part. How much was that? Like 3 grand? Fucking ridiculous. Do you golf? Not unless I'm forced to. Hey, I was right. And it did only take 10 minutes. Huh. Who would force you to golf? Previously, clients and my boss. Nowadays, nobody. Although I suppose a pontiff could. Is the Baba play dead? No.
Entry was pushed back. We talked about this like all day yesterday. I still haven't entered it. I'm waiting. I'm waiting for a breakdown at like the $90 level. I have a merch option for you in general chat. All right. It's just for you. You should have said I don't golf, but I drink. It works every time to get out of golfing. No, it doesn't. I've gone golfing, and no matter how drunk I get, I still end up golfing. What do you think about selling a condor on NVIDIA for Friday's expiration? Big risk. And attractive because of the fat credit, but your boundary risk is going to be sky high. Jackson Hole going on now? Yeah. 915, 400p on NVIDIA for 715. Am I regarded? No. And yes. Of all the gentlemen's sports, golfing is definitely one of the lamest. Yeah, I don't know why nobody ever offers to go fox hunting or play polo, you know? Fencing, even. Competitive white making, dueling. Thanks for talking about price today. Help me leg into a bear spread. 5 spread, 610 credit. Nice. Any thoughts on Chewy? It has a 0.94 correlation. Chewy last 30 days. It has a 0.94 correlation with itself. With GME. Okay. Is Chewy an XRT? So that's almost an attractive buy and hold. It could keep moving down, but holy fuck, their estimates for earnings are super low. It's not even historically a bad quarter for them. What the fuck? Hmm. I'm not gonna lie, that's moderately attractive. Best part, Ryan Cohen has nothing to do with it. Do you know if Macy's dividend is sustainable? It's currently 5.5. Well, that's because the price is dropping, but yeah, I mean they have okay cash flows. I think they've had their dividend for a long time. They've paused it. I think they paused it after COVID, but aside from that, it's they've been paying out a dividend for a while. I don't care about Kellner's. What I do care about is Blue Gamer. God damn it. All right. Mm, call buying increasing at 44.30. Oh, a little bit. So someone's buying in the someone's trying to keep it from dropping again. I don't know if momentum's really in their favor. Also, a lot of puts being bought at 44.30 right now. What was I checking? There's something I want to look at. Oh yeah. It could definitely move down a little more. But it could be an interesting earnings play given the current position. I don't like earnings, but that's really attractive. I don't know. I'll keep an eye on it. It's not something I generally pay a lot of attention to, but this is a very attractive price. Gun sports are considered low class activities. They're way more fun than golfing, but nobody likes doing it because Cheney shot someone that one time, totally not on purpose. I'm taking a personality test for some bullshit at work. I'm very concerned about poverty and injustice in the world. I'm not concerned about poverty, but I care about injustice in the markets. Hmm. How do I answer? Just say you're not concerned. That's or you are concerned, but I don't know what your options are. So they're triggering these stops on my pity toots really quickly. Hmm. Chain look like more downs. I don't know. They just bought a shitload of in the money calls, so we'll see. Wait till RC jumps GME to go back into Chewy. If you ever feel about a falconry, let me know. I usually hunt jacks. Okay, I don't know what any of that means, but sure. I sold my put at the absolute bottom, finally. I forgot to set stops on mine. That's gonna be okay, right? This just gets more bearish from here. I hope. Do you want to go hog hunting? I have a class 3 and my buddy runs a helo hunt. Listen, man, if you want to helicopter my hog, you're gonna have to buy me dinner first. Sold. Hate to be that guy, but if SPX doesn't drop below 4,400 end of day, I may have to escape to Mexico. Why? Are you gonna tell your wife about your puts? If there's one thing I've learned, is that hope is not a winning strategy. No, it's not. Eleven out of 10. Witty response. We'll do, Danarchy. Baba testing 9011 resistance. Can we get a break finally? Maybe. I feel like targeting the downside move here on Baba, there's plenty of time. So don't get so worried about getting the perfect entry. Just worry about buying in too fucking early. That's the risk, right? Is that puts keep repositioning for so long, and HSI swings back around and you get fucked. Otherwise, the downside still looks very good. I mean, there's so much shit going on right now though with Nvidia earnings and the fucking Fed meeting that it's not worth like rushing into. I've been waiting all week to enter it. I may not enter it until the end of this week or even next, right? And the downside move here is insane if it happens. Like you could even wait and like take the less risky entry back below 88, right? Because the range to the downside is like almost 20%. So it's much better to lose out on 2% and get the confirmation, right? Than it is to get that extra 2% by entering early and risking an upside move of like 5%. Hope usually costs 4K a day and 0 DTEs. But you can get paid to catch Burmese pythons in the Everglades. I would never go in. I would never set foot in the fucking Everglades. That's like Australia and America. Fuck that. Oh, I'm glad I didn't stop out of my puts. But now I'm gonna put a stop on them. Look, hope paying dividends. Would you ever go snorkeling or scuba diving on the Great Barrier Reef? Fuck no. How does after hours SPX contract pricing work? If someone had a 1 DTE put and NVIDIA tanks, the contract could go up after hours, right? If you have after hours trading on them, yeah. I mean, they're just priced based off of futures at that point, but Globex trading. But I think you only get that through IBKR. I was having this discussion with Willie the other day. Something that could have been brought to my attention yesterday. What? Full porting Baba below 91.50. Got it. No, I mean the confirmation is at $88, not at 91.50, but I'll challenge you to a duel in competitive white making. If you win, I'll go pigeon whale. If I win, I get 50% of the merch store proceeds for a year. You know that 50% of zero is still zero, right? Schwab does pricing on SPX options after hours and it gets weird. Yeah, I mean, most brokers will price the option in after hours, but you're not going to be able to trade it. I think only Fidelity and IBKR have. And Fidelity's is weird. It's like their own custom session they allow you to trade in the pre-market. Regarding the Baba waiting, etc., I bought in already, and I'm down like 45%. I said I was waiting on like Monday morning, and then Monday afternoon, and then yesterday too. Pretty sure I talked to somebody about it in general chat, like the Pickles Picks chat. But yeah, still waiting. If you bought Theta, you can average. Snorkeling in Satan's death trap is literally the dumbest thing I've ever heard of. I would never do that. The only time my options updated in the post market was when Elon posted the GME DD to his Twitter, and GME did market after hours on Friday from like 120 to 300. Girk, I heard you say you were waiting and bought it anyway. All right, well. Did you do that to me? No, I'm not going to stream their earnings. I just don't want to listen to them say. I don't think I could deal with listening to them again. And after the stream is over, I'm gonna take a big sheet of wax paper, smear it all over with hydrocortisone, and then stick it to my back. And that's gonna be the rest of my day. Can you stream that? No. How else are we supposed to front run you if we don't buy when you say you're waiting? I mean, I suppose the thing you're saying makes sense, but I don't like it. Are you still playing D4? No, that game sucks. BG3, never bought it. I should. I don't. I don't. I don't like Diablo, but I also don't like RPGs. Like straight up RPGs. They're just a big waste of time. So I don't think BG3 is something I'm going to be very interested in. Nothing. I haven't played video games for like a month. Think of all the extra YouTube revenue. You leave the stream up and play the earnings call. Literally dozens of cents. Mm. Girk like stonks people. When will you learn? They don't want to. They don't want to believe that. I now have a Class A license and re-enter positions. Thanks for your help. Appreciate you. Well, at least I assume you made some money on them. So even if you got stopped out early, right, it turned back around. So RPG's a waste of time, but spamming Shoryukens isn't. No, because Street Fighter allows you to make somebody else feel like shit. And that's worth its weight in gold. And it's like a 1v1 game, so there's no teammates to blame it on. All of the loss and failure in losing at Street Fighter, it directly reflects back onto the loser. It's their fault. They suck, right? And that's the beauty of Street Fighter. That's why I liked Magic too. Because you don't just win the game, you crush your opponent's soul. Priceless. I'm not afraid of snorkeling. I'm just not going to get in the ocean where there's bull sharks and weird jellyfish. That's stupid. That's like being a billionaire and getting into a milk carton submarine and going to see the Titanic. The longer it takes, the better. Yeah. Sports games allow you to make children feel bad, and it's even better knowing a 12-year-old is crying. No, that's not fun. It's not fun to pick on people smaller than you. And great white sharks? It's too many fucking sharks. If you don't fuck around, you never find out, right? I don't care how rare shark attacks are. Step on a stonefish, get stung by a ray, bit by a shark, sliced on coral. Fuck all of that. I don't like nature. I grew up in a city. You see the shark attack in Greece? No. I'm a risk averse person when it comes to stuff like that. I mean, well, hmm, that's just a lie. I never get bitten by a shark while researching the liquidity of overly synthetic shorted stocks. Exactly. These people don't get it. I'm seeing that. But have you ever had tiny fish go into your mouth to eat the bacteria off your teeth? It's the cutest. They draw blood sometimes too. Ew. Here's the thing, I like being alive and having lots of money, and snorkeling in the Great Barrier Reef sounds like a good way for both of those things to end quickly. It'd be like if I full ported weekly puts on NVIDIA. And I don't do both things for the same reason. The rats in New York City are more dangerous than most of the stuff in Australia. But it's the enemy you know, right? Like, I can deal with rats in New York City and crackheads and all that, but that's what I'm used to. I'm not gonna go into some foreign environment and deal with all kinds of new threats. Full porting weeklies in the video because I have a death wish. Is Ivy arbitrarily at the sole determination of the market makers? No, but yes. The risk isn't worth the reward, Maeve. It's very simple. I don't need to experience the Great Barrier Reef in real life. I'm not losing anything by not doing that. But I would risk a lot by attempting to do it. So it's pointless. I don't enjoy life. I like money and figuring things out. That's what makes me happy. I don't want to go experience the fucking world. I'm not a poet. Maybe it was kangaroos, crocodiles, feral cats that are giant. Nah, man, that place is legit terrifying, and I will not be going there. I'll vacation at a chateau in the south of France. See, that's what I'm talking about. I like figuring out how to keep coral alive. I've given up on the coral. It's not even possible to catch a flight to Australia Friday at market close, snorkel, and make it back before Monday open. I also grew up in New York City. I'm going camping tomorrow and next Thursday. Gross. I've been to Australia, even to the bushes with the bogans. Dear Lord. I can swim. Yeah. Sounds like compelling television. Episode 1, Gherk in Bodies of Water. Episode 2, Pickle Guy in the Woods. I'll go in a pool. I'm not going in the fucking any I'm not going in any other body of water. What why do I have to have that? This sounds like you're projecting your life goals on me. I want to go whitewater rapids rafting in the Grand Canyon of Canada up in the Yukon. Fuck no. What are the mechanics of a stop loss hunt? How do they execute it? You just drop your hedge, right? As a market maker. You just drop some of your hedge and the price will spike. And if you blow up a bunch of options that you sold previously, then you don't need that hedge anyway. So it's generally like them kind of readjusting their book based on like the open order positions. It's I mean I think people assign a lot of like maliciousness to it that's just not there. It's probably largely driven by algorithms. Like there's a bunch of stop losses here and you're carrying a hedge for those stop losses lower, right? But you can just dump that hedge, stop all those out, and then like rebalance your book and keep trading, right? When do people understand the idea of roughing it on vacation is a 3-star hotel? Anything under that is a nope. 3 stars? That's like they don't even have continental breakfast. The reason to have so much money is to have more money, Maeve. I didn't make money because I want to do things. I made money because I wanted money. Are most rich people like you? Is that why they stay alive so long? I'm surprised I'm not yet dead yet, to be honest. I mean, I am too, but now that I've survived that, I've learned my lessons. Wouldn't someone buying a bunch of puts accomplish the same thing? Sure, yeah. Vacations go like this: 1 week of adventure, followed by 1 week of extreme luxury in an exotic location. See, I can just do 2 weeks of extreme luxury. What are you making money for? Just to hoard it like a dragon? Yeah. Because it keeps making more money. I don't want to sound too pretentious, but low key, I'm only staying 4 stars and above. Yeah, I gotta agree with that. 3 stars, like, you're gonna get bed bugs. Or like families next door, people fucking their mistresses in the room above you. Also, you never know when your airplane could fall out of the sky. It happens to the most important generals in the world, so it could happen to you. Yeah. Yeah, I don't like airplanes either. I mean, I'll get on them, but not willingly. The happiness endgame is more money. It's not really the uncertainty of childhood poverty anymore. It was at one point. Now it's just hoard it and turn it into more money. Maybe I'll do something fun with it before I die. Or I'll just die with a bunch of money. When you get to a point where you make more money than you can spend while doing nothing, that's awesome. If I could afford a mistress, I could also afford a 4th star. Give it to poor kids. That could be fun. It just goes to the state. You need a little centaur to pass it down to. No, I'll burn it. I'm not going to give it back. You must have a goal for the money. Yeah, more money, more leverage. Then more money, more leverage. And that just keeps that, I mean, that should be enough to sustain me for the rest of my life. Gherkin's gonna adopt a 20-year-old prodigy. Do you people even watch this stream all day long, every single day? Imagine the people who are gonna have $300 and $400 cost basis as an AMC upon the reverse split. It's disgusting. Have the Bulls lost, or can they regain fast gamma? They're gonna try. I am happy. I am very, very content. See, that's what I said. You're projecting unhappiness onto me that I don't have. Stop gaslighting me. If you're about to die with all of it, can you please create some sort of brutal game where the winner wins the money? I mean, only if I don't die unexpectedly. Give your money to the pigeon whales, your day ones. Greg over here living his best life, doing everything he wants, and people are like, why don't you go camping? Like, bro, if he wanted to, he would. Seriously. Can you look into the camera and say SPX 4550 is possible with a straight face? SPX 4550 is possible. Camping's such like a dirty, poor activity. Ugh. You don't understand the way these parasocial relationships work. Is you have to like the things we imagine you like. Sorry, I don't make the rules. That's why you go glamping. That's like just trying to spice up a shitty mundane activity. It's a mental fixation, nothing to do with happiness. The people that always want more are likely to become ultra wealthy. Most would reach a point of contentment long before. I mean, every time I look at money, I'm like, I wouldn't mind having more of that. It's cool. And they can be like, look at all this money I have. And they're like, ah, but you don't have a personality or any value outside of that. And who the fuck cares? Those things aren't worth anything. I don't own a boat. I would like a boat one day. I don't want to go out in it or anything, but just like keep it in a harbor somewhere. I can tell you've never gone camping with a gaggle of women who like trees and shrooms. I've dated vegans. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I own a boat. Good for you. How would I get to the Long Island house quicker via speedboat? Where would I park it? We're gonna moor it next to the Intrepid or something? Challenge yourself to turn your poor account into boat buying money. Then buy the boat, stream from the boat one day, and say, fuck the poors. In your front lawn, when you have fuck you money, why not make the neighbors mad? But I don't have a lawn. I live in an apartment. You have a wonderful personality and are so interesting. I feel like you shun these uncomfortable experiences to your detriment, but just my take, not trying to project. I shun them because they're shitty. I don't see any value in them. It's not like I haven't experienced camping or going places in nature. It's just awful. It's not fun. I'm not missing out on anything. I'm missing out on dealing with what, ticks and mosquitoes, getting stung by jellyfish. I don't want to go poke a fucking anemone halfway across the globe. I can just go to an aquarium, bribe someone, and poke the anemones there. Getting poisoned at sea is highly underrated. I respect these opinions. Just know that PB&J's with creamy peanut butter is superior to crunchy. No. It just makes it all too smooth. Now, if you're gonna go with like a preserve or something, for your J side of your PB&J, okay, because you're getting some mushy fruit texture, but creamy peanut butter PB&Js make me feel like an old person that can't eat solid foods anymore. The best vacations are the ones where you go to eat at Michelin star restaurants, wine tasting, Even a brewery or distillery tour. Another one, maybe go deep sea fishing in a boat or something. Nope, fuck that. Why would I catch my own food? Look at my name, bro. Smooth. There's times when smooth is good. PB&Js are not one of them. Gurk nearly died to one wasp in the middle of New York. He's not going camping, guys. See, I like fishing, so you have to. Rules as discussed. Oh, I see. If you catch a big enough marlin, you get like a 5 to 10 million prize. I mean, the prize is just jacked up because they're overfished and no one's gonna catch one, right? I think you shun these experiences because you're scared of discovering that you're an interesting person. Also, have you ever tried yoga and a raw food diet? I mean, I used to do yoga every other day. So, yes. No raw food diet though. That sounds disgusting. I had a lot of good habits before the pandemic, and then I just gave them all up. It wasn't just any wasp, it was a V wasp. Have some respect, that thing is scary. It was fucking huge. It seems like your snark is more sour today than normal. No. You need to go see Dr. Dan tonight to express your glands? Maybe. Deep sea fishing can be fun, but it's about the most dangerous activity I'll do. Okay. I was doing a Stefan joke, but you what, mate? I'm not doing a mango cleanse. I'm allergic to mangoes. How long do you think it would take to raise a large marlin? Less than 5 million? Are you inferring that you could farm marlin in an attempt to beat the world record? Just get it juiced up. I like where your head's at. There could be some profitability in that. Maybe not though. How do you enclose a marlin? Smooth my 4430s in the money, Dad. You should have gotten 40s. They would have already printed, and you would have gotten stopped out of them. Nope, you're still targeting way too high, Subway. Can you put your foot behind your head? No. I have a Marlin steroid and breeding program. Can you buy a $300 mango in Japan? I bet you're not allergic to that variety just based on principle. No, I probably would be. Have fun masturbating with sandpaper, Molly. Me and my baby bulls and cubs have been in meetings all day. Gun to your head while eating DC pizza. Nvidia beats tonight? Just shoot me. GG looking like it may just straight up hit 160 in the next few days here. That'd be cool. Does the short report versus IEP appear to be right in your opinion? Or do you think old Carl is prepping to release the Kraken on them? It's been a minute, if so. I mean, there were aspects of the short report that weren't incorrect. There was some intentionally confusing statements made about the way uh, they distribute their dividends. But I mean, I think the realization of that effect is probably largely over, and they simply released the report to get out of their short position. But they could have timed it better. You don't you don't release the short report when you enter the short position. You enter the short position, then you release the short report. Then you use the people who read the short report as your exit liquidity. About 0 DTE 4435 when we crossed 4430. Immediately called by daycare. Get sick daughter. Escape calls flat. Picked her up. Off to the airport to get wife. Home. Schools. Calls the son throwing up. Jesus Christ. This is why I live by myself. No, I'm not allergic to nuts. Thanks for the lulls today, folks. Time to go finish packing for camping, which is an activity I used to hate and only like under the circumstances that I'm going to do it. Don't get Lyme disease or eaten by a bear. Can you make VIX great again? No. I found you a couple of months ago. You're like a walking encyclopedia and want to learn your method. How? Thank you. I mean, you could just join everybody else in trying to figure that out. Thanks for hanging out, though. Wagner, dude. Good riddance to him. Putin gangster? Is that. You wrote. I think you meant Putin. If you don't hear from me after Labor Day, a bear got me. Alright. Oh man, that's like a. That's like a long camping trip. Is this a desperate attempt to pump that's failing, or are we about to rock it? Mm, it's an attempt to pump. I think ultimately it will fail. I'm just not sure at what level. Let me take a look at the options data. Oh, I'm hungry. It's going to be full of sexually deviant degeneracy too. Okay, well that's more fun. But you can do that not in the woods.
Oh, fucking great.
I want to be your apprentice. What if I'm 34 years old? No, you're too old. You're ruined. It's not my child, but it is a child. I love the did anybody hear that look? Oh, everyone definitely heard that. Uh I think that's called kidnapping. No, it belongs to somebody else. Do you get the rest of your KVU calls because of the 25s? Wait, what? No. The 27, 50, and 30? I just think it can go that high. Don't confirm anything. If they want to prove it, they'll have to take you to court. Yes, that's kidnapping. Well, not if their parent is also here. Although I wish they'd call before they came over. That's an abduction. That's kidnapping two people. No, it's just my family. A bit early, as usual, and uninvited, as always. Is this one of those didn't wrap it up situations? No. Are you snapping up all of the single mothers that Manhattan has to offer? I mean, if the opportunity presents itself. Here you are crapping on Atomic's disaster when you have one yourself. It's not mine. I think for most people, other than strangle sellers, Nvidia sideways is the worst outcome from earnings. What would cause that? We made our sales and projections remain the same. No, like a miss of EPS or revenues by less than 5% and the same guidance, or they hit their prior guidance but lower forward guidance. And yeah, I agree. Outside of taking massive risk on short strangles, there's not a lot of opportunities open with Nvidia earnings. You're 5 minutes behind, Greg. Hey, can I get 2 ticks for your studio audience for November 21? No, that's my birthday week. You think this breaks one way or another? It could break up. 4440 still has a decent amount of interest. 50's fallen off a bit, but they're cheaper now, so maybe they try again for 50. Give me a sec. So you're saying is you're kidnapped and more like invaded. Thanks, trash. Grove thoughts? Hmm. You? What do they make? Alright, it looks like they reverse split their stock and it's still shit. Is it a reverse? Did they reverse split or forward split? Why would they split their $3 stock? Girk actually lives in Kurdistan and is Kurdish. The reason why he doesn't like danger is because he experiences danger on a daily basis. No, I live in New York City, so I get that every time I go outside. Larry Cheng joined their board of directors a couple weeks ago. Big red flag. Yeah, it sounds like it is. Thanks, Darth. I know a guy that you're at, if you've been invaded, we can get you F-16s. Thanks. Actually, give me 1 second. Let me find out what the fuck's going on. I'll be right back. Fantastic. All right. Is Bobby gonna start coming down now? Hmm. That is partially a breakdown. No, Gorg lives in New York City, is allergic to life, and is Larry Fink's twink, who shows pores how to gain financial independence through the markets on YouTube. Girk is your good twin who lives in Kurdistan. You're the bad twin, Gork. Everyone knows this. Okay. What? I don't have time for your shit. All right, I'm gonna unwillingly babysit for the next 7 hours. Take the kid camping. Check out this wild company, VFS, Vietnamese EV company that lost 2 billion last year, but has a market cap worth 7x Rivian. Are they owned by like Hyundai or Kia? You have family? Yeah. Whatever you do, don't take the kid with you into Prigozhin's business jet. Meta. All right, lower test of 4450 on ES looks like it's failing. I mean, all of tech pumped super hard today. NQ's up like 175 BPS. Sell off to what? 4430? Parent company called Vin Group, joint stock. Huh. I don't know, maybe like laundering or something? Or a short squeeze? Thank you, Yaga. I won't. NVIDIA earnings poll. Sure. Biggest conglomerate in Vietnam. I mean, yeah, but where's the income from the other subsidiaries? I see like 180 million in assets and a market valuation of 89 billion. Something's missing there. They had cash flows of negative 200,000 last quarter. No more ups, it seems. Yeah, I mean, the question here is, do we get a rejection into close and fall back towards like delta neutral, or are they going to keep buying at 44.30 and try to hold prices here into the overnight session? I sent you a funny picture in Discord DMs. Okay, that's pretty funny. Do you like tea at this price? I bought some recently, yeah. I have it on drip, so I mean I'll keep buying as long as it stays here, I guess. I sold some covered calls on it last week that expire Friday. And I'm at 20,553 shares. What's Vid Pearl? I don't care about the rest of it. Should take a $400 loss on NVIDIA 500C that I opened earlier in the week. Guy on R options. Having tea on drip is either a stock thing or some nonsense the kids are saying these days. It's reinvesting the dividends into the underlying. There's more pharma, tech, security, convenience stores, network security services, office real estate, EV batteries. So it's just the GDP of Vietnam. NVIDIA earnings leaked to the moon. They beat revenue by half a penny. EPS beats by a fraction of a decimal. And then year over year still somehow down. That sounds believable. Vin Pearl is resorts? Okay. I thought it was something else. Like Pearl Jam. Do you give them any ideas? It looks like their conglomerate is lacking a music media arm. Oh, I wasn't. That's not what I meant. I didn't mean the band. I meant jam that's pearlescent. Rizzed up tea on drip for real, respectfully. Shit. Slay. There's a 100K OI at 4440. You mean volume? There's a 100K volume at 4440? That's volume. The open interest is 3,000. Yeah, I'm well aware of how much 4440 is being bought and sold. It's a lot. It's okay. I'm cooking pasta. Can you remind me to go check it in 5 minutes and 15 seconds? I'll try to remember. Did Todd get his swagger back? A little bit, right? I mean, VIX is still above 14, so daily beatings are an occurrence. I can't believe 61% of people think it'll miss. If they pass 44, now I kind of want to buy like a little more on the call side of my hedge. If they pass 4460 in the overnight, good chance we push 4500 before Jackson's Hole Friday morning. Not a lot of positioning to the upside there, but if they could squeeze out the short calls, yeah. Did you at least let the child know where the ice cream sandwiches were before you left it in front of the TV? He knows where they're at. Do you expect to see Ivy Crush on QQQ overnight with NVIDIA earnings? Straddles are a bit more expensive today. Thoughts? I did have a thought earlier about going, uh, like long short, SOXX and SOXL. I don't think QQQ is a great way to play NVIDIA because of its weighting reduction. It's not terrible, it's just not the best. Speaking of which, we should probably buy some of those. We should be. Okay, cool. Oh, they got 40/40 now dump? Mm, yeah, probably. We're probably not going to move up to 44.50 here. 44.50 still looks pretty sold. 44.45 doesn't have a lot of interest. push to close above fast gamma. Oh, never mind. Fast gamma moved way the fuck out of the money again. 44.60, 250. So put buying. $44.40, a decent straddle point. I mean, I don't love it, but it might not be terrible. I think I'm gonna buy my put out of the money. Like I'll pick up the 44.40 call here, but I think I'm gonna get like a 35 or a 30 put. So I just did that Papa Muff. I went long SOXS, short SOXL. You could get calls on both. I just wanted a little more like out the money downside exposure though. What's GME Delta neutral today? Um it's at 1854. Boof. Jesus. Wrecked into close. Is GME the new VIX? It's a lot of shorting. Oh, Jesus. I just choked on my own saliva. Ow. Fuck.
If it make you feel better, I can choke on your saliva instead. Horny times for aftermarket clothes trash. Nature is not a safe place for pickles. No, it's not. I wonder what happened to that guy's pasta. I'm sure he's not allergic to 10,000 thread count sheets. No, I'm not. Hey, Greg, J&J already exceeded expectations for me, but do you think it could keep going down? Yeah. Also, LOL at AMC being Garbo. It always has been. Looks like Cohen needs to write a letter about short hedge fund to pump the stock 65%, like the MULN CEO just did. That's his like, that's like Mullen's like eighth letter about short sellers. But Nvidia's aftermarket close, I'll be busy. Then you'll be horny though. That's do you do you think that Jensen saying AI 547 times is gonna kill your libido? I'm still laughing at your MULN leaps. Who's ready for Nvidia to yeet to 800, then tank to 80? I mean, I am. If Nvidia goes to 800, I get a whole new short position on it. I'm rooting for your SPX spreads. If we close right here, I'm good. Well, almost. I need it to go down 50 more cents. Jimmy still have 100 million share buyback. I hope they pump this motherfucker back to 20 after earnings. But they're not going to buy back any shares. I don't believe you're not streaming NVIDIA. I'm not. I really don't want to listen to them talk. I'm not streaming it. The NVIDIA woman's voice sounded so condescending. CFO? Yeah, she was. I'm not streaming NVIDIA. Bear's literally waiting all day to do this one simple trick. Found my wallet. Winning. God, why am I like this? What did you do with it? Did you leave it at the cat cafe again? There's no alternative. You're streaming it. No, now I'm really not going to stream it. You took the wrong approach. I was in my car in some impossible spot. I work way too many goofy hours. I see. Will you do it for a Trader Joe's ice cream? Why do you want me to stream it? Just go listen to it. Popcorn will donate $1,000. No, he won't. I don't care what J-Roll would do. Would you stream NVIDIA if we all take you out back to the Wendy's dumpster? Nope.
If you had two choices, stream NVIDIA or paper cut your taint, which would you choose? It's the same thing. I would not stream it with a box or a fox. Is MULN a bull trap? Well, it's a shit company. Maybe just leave the stream on mute. I don't want to listen to their words at all. If you worked at NVIDIA, knew they came up short, and sold all your other tech stocks knowing the market would tank because of NVIDIA, is that insider trading? No. That's kind of cool, isn't it? My kid can't pronounce X yet, so he reads that book as fucking socks. I try really hard now to laugh. Wait, how does he say socks if he can't pronounce X? Also, that's green eggs and ham, not fox and socks. Where's my pigeon whale gif? You didn't you snuck your pigeon whale in. Alright, fine. Here, you get the whole thing, and I coo at you. Under 44.30, let's go save my spreads. My spreads are not yet saved. They are profitable, but not saved. I have a feeling they won't be.
Pigeon whales are the highest class of society.
Sweet, now I can roll back to Dillionaire. I'm gonna time you out for a week if you do. You can stream whatever you like, just don't tell my wife. You're protected by the pigeon whale disclosure clause, Wabeef. Oh no, this is my entire social life. Microsoft is trying to save your spreads. Fuck. Nope, back down. Go back down. I need it under 44.33.28. I don't think it's gonna happen. Ah, lame. Fucking bulls. Rat bastards. Ding ding. The day is done. If NVIDIA misses, does 4,500 become impossible? Probably, yeah. There's a lot of hopes and dreams pinned on NVIDIA beating earnings.
Who do you think is buying J&J right now? Do they not know that we have puts? Is anybody buying it? It seemed like it was just being sold off for the last several days. You mean the small bounce into close? I mean, it didn't even like break the trend to the downside. Thanks, Lawrence. I appreciate it. All right, well, that's about it. Fast Gamma moved back up again, but we did close the day above Gamma neutral, or Delta neutral, sorry. I think probably moved up due to straddles repositioning at the money, going into NVIDIA's earnings, in which I would say at least the next day and a half of price action probably heavily depend. If NVIDIA fails to beat, that could be moderately catastrophic for all of tech, given the rest of the earnings weren't very good either. I'm not going snorkeling. Should I short Spotify? They just sent me an email offering 3 free months of premium if I sign up, but I already have Spotify premium. Yeah, but think of all the people that are going to sign up twice for it. Why did Apple pump? I think the better question would be, why did I go long Apple on Monday? And that's because the time machine told me to. Are you gonna at least discuss NVIDIA financials when they release it? No, they either beat or they don't. It's not really very complicated. Who cares what their financials say? They're lies anyway. If NVIDIA beats, are all our puts dead? I don't know. How many puts do you have? Your calls will be alive. Did you buy those? Second day in a row they do this to me. Fuck this market. I'll see you tomorrow. Thanks, Gurk. Thanks, Costellosaurus. See you then, man. All right. I want to get out of here before NVIDIA starts moving and everyone gets weird. I'll see you guys tomorrow morning. Have a good night, everyone.